All right, let's look online. Looks like you can hear me. I hope you had a good weekend getting started today. And so what I want to do is first off remind you, I haven't checked my email today, the school one, so I'm not sure who has sent in all of their information, all of their quizzes. But remember today from each one of you, I need your field notes. I need your verse quiz, which again is Isaiah 53 verses 5 and 6, and I need your book quiz. I need all three of those. I have to receive those by the end of the day today for you to get credit for them. So please make sure that those are sent over to me. If there is an issue today, you have to let me know. And make sure that you do. Today I'm sending out some emails to some of your parents, just making sure they are aware of the fact that I am not receiving your stuff. So make sure that things get done. Make sure that they get sent in to me so that you can get the grade that. A good grade in this class. And then really quick, let me go ahead, the field notes, I will set those up in the office for you if you want to go by and get them, but then let me give you the passages so that way it would save you a trip. This week you wouldn't need to come in at all. If you just want to write down these field notes, you wouldn't need to come in because we're only having a verse quiz this week. So let me give you the verses. Go ahead and write these in there, and then you can work on your field notes, or if you'd like, I'll leave them up in the office. You can come pick them up Monday, which is today. John chapter 9, verses 24 to 41. Monday is John 9, 24 to 41. Tuesday, John chapter 10, verses 1 through 23. John chapter 10, verses 1 through 23. Wednesday, John chapter 10, verses 24 to 42. John chapter 10, verses 24 to 42. Thursday, John 11, verses 1 through 29. John 11, verses 1 through 29. Again, remember, read this. What did you learn from God's Word is what you will put down beside that. Then there are also two other things you need to put on there. What is your big takeaway for the week? So what is something you learned from reading God's Word, from something we discussed in class, or maybe even something your pastor taught at church on Sunday, or your midweek service, your youth pastor, but write something down there. Then your memory verse for this week, which also needs to be written down on your field notes, Daniel 1, verse 8. Daniel 1, verse 8. Okay? These will be up in the office, so if you want to come pick one up, feel free to, but you have all the information now written down, so you don't really need to. It's up to you, whatever you want there. All right? Okay, here in the class, let's go ahead and take our Bibles, turn to Daniel chapter number 1. Daniel chapter number 1, we're going to look at this verse. We're going to study the book of Daniel here for a while. And Daniel chapter 1, verse number 8. Daniel 1, verse 8. This will be your memory verse for this week. Again, do make sure masks are on right now. Make sure they are up to where they need to be, okay? Make sure that you are using them properly. That would be a help. I've let everybody in here know, but I also want to let online know that your grades on My School Works are up to date. Unless online, I don't think they all are online, because some of you still have some stuff to send in to me. So I haven't put this weekend's, or last Friday, Thursday and Friday. I believe if you send it in to me, I believe I already have it in. I'm gonna double check that. But online you'll be up to these last grades. Unless you send them in to me, then I think they already are. But some of you haven't sent them in to me yet, so you don't have a grade for those. But they are up to date. And so if you have any questions on those, again, in here I do apologize, because I have a stack of them to bring down and give to you, but I left them up in the office, so that does absolutely no good down here. So I will bring those down tomorrow, and that way you can see them. But if you see your grade and you have a question about it or something like that, please do ask me, and we can of course discuss anything like that. All right, Daniel 1, verse number 8. Everybody should be there right now. We are going to, let me read this verse, and then that's really what we're going to talk about today. So I'm not going to really dive in deep to this verse, but I will say this. Of all of the verses in the book of Daniel, this verse to me is the key verse on which everything else hinges. Daniel 1, verse number 8. Somebody help me and just read that. Anybody there that can read that for me? Anybody? Bella, go ahead. Read that for me, please. Okay. Now, that seems like an odd verse to memorize. It is a little bit longer, which, by the way, I don't know about you guys. Do you guys like the longer verses or shorter verses? Here's the thing with shorter verses, though, is each word is worth a whole lot more. Okay, like, so if you miss like a section, sometimes those shorter verses, they can be like 4 or 5 points apiece, whereas a longer verse, I think last Friday's verse, I think they each were worth like 1.5 points apiece. So there's like a trade-off on that. I do understand that. So this is a little bit longer, but the key part, and the reason I'm having you memorize this, is because I believe it's a decision all of us need to make, and I believe it's the verse that helps us understand everything that's going to go on in this entire book. But Daniel purposed in his heart. What do you think that phrase there means? Purposed in his heart. Yeah, Bella. Made a resolution. Okay, that's good. Anybody else want to add to that? Purposed in his heart. What do you think the meaning behind that phrase is? And it's along the same lines of what Bella, he made a decision. He made a decision. He said, this is what I'm going to do. And we're going to look today at the decision Daniel makes, and we're going to see some of the conditions that he makes this decision, and then hopefully we're going to understand how a similar decision needs to be made by all of us. And so we're going to get into that right now. You guys should take your books, turn to page 161. Page 161. Title of this lesson is called Daring Daniel. Maybe sometimes you've heard somebody say, dare to be a Daniel. And we're going to try to make sense of all of this. Of the major prophets, this would be the book that would be the most popular. If I were to ask you to tell me things, in fact, I think I had you guys go through and write these in, right, without looking. And so we'll see how you did. But I bet a lot of you knew a lot of this information. Some of the first Bible accounts that you hear come from this book. Daniel in the lion's den. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. You know those. I remember when I was growing up, and probably none of you really experienced this because I grew up in the olden days, but they had something called flannel graph. Anybody know what flannel graph is? Nobody knows. Okay, flannel graph was like the cool things of the day. So you go in for like your Sunday school lesson or your Bible lesson, and they'd have a board up there, but it was like felt. And then they'd have like these little, like the little characters, you know what I'm talking about, that they would put on the boards, and that would be like the story, how you see it. And how many of you guys ever seen that before? And, okay, a few of you. Anyone else, all the people were exactly the same? Like one week the guy's Peter, the next week, you're like, wait a minute, that's the same guy, you know? Like they didn't have all the different characters, so they made it. It was really weird when Peter was Mary. I thought that was weird, but no, that didn't happen. But you know, they had these same guys that they would put up there and you would use. And so these are the events that you would have seen on those flannel graph and all this. So we know some of this, but I want to get to the heart of it today and help us understand, first off, the situations that they make these decisions, second, the decisions that they make, and third, really the consequences of those decisions. Here's something important for with you, but I want to stress this. You have the freedom to make any decision in your life. The problem is you do not get to choose the consequences of your decision. You can make any decision you want. But any decision you make, there are consequences, there are repercussions of your decision. When we hear the word consequence, we think of that in a negative connotation. But that's not always the case. Anything that happens to me, there are consequences because of a decision I make. Sometimes those can be good. Sometimes those can be bad. We've got to look at our decisions as important things. So Daniel, let's go right here. Let me see here. Daniel came to Babylon. I think we did a few of these. I'm not sure. Oh, hold on. I almost forgot. Daniel came to Babylon. He was brought to Babylon by Nebuchadnezzar. And why did he come? Because Jerusalem was back to Babylon. That is where he is. And by the way, Daniel will live to an old age and never leave Babylon. The children of Israel will be in Babylon for 70 years of captivity. And a few of these books later, we looked at it already a little bit when we looked at Zerubbabel, Ezra, Nehemiah. Remember, they came back and began to build. Let's see here. What did Zerubbabel rebuild? Anybody remember? Zerubbabel was the temple. Ezra was the people, and Nehemiah was the wall. Okay, you guys remember when we talked about that a little bit? So that's the same. And again, I'm trying to get you guys to understand that the Bible all comes together here. These aren't a bunch of, in some ways, it would be easier if it was all like chronological order. There's a you guys can get for the Bible. It's called the YouVersion Bible. You can get that, and you will have the Bible right there on your phone. Those of you that have phones, tablets, different things like that. There are Bible reading plans, and so you can sign up, and it will send one to you and different things like that about a portion to read. I've used this, and here's something. My favorite thing, we've done it with the youth group here a few times, is you could read it. Let's say you have like 5 friends, you guys want to read a passage together. You guys could do that, and then you can sort of comment on it, and it would be on that person's phone. So it's really a cool tool that you're sort of searching for the truth. We've gone through a few of these plans, and so we've been able to talk through there. But on that Bible app or something, there's something called a chronological Bible. I don't know if you guys have ever heard of one of those before. Anybody know from the name of it what a chronological Bible would be? Yes, so they would take the Bible and it would not look like the one we have here where, all the books are there. It would go in order, okay? And so sometimes, especially when you get to the Gospels, you'd have like Matthew, a portion of Matthew here, a portion of Mark right underneath it, a portion of Luke, and so it all goes together so you get to see it. So that's a cool way to read through your Bible chronologically. But understand, if we were going chronologically here, Daniel is before Ezra, Nehemiah, it's in there. Okay, Ezra, Nehemiah, Esther. I guess Esther, Daniel there, but it's somewhere in that range. Okay, so just so you understand, they're brought back to Babylon, chosen to serve in the palace. And what's going to happen? Daniel was chosen. There were 3 things: because he was from a royal family, intelligent and handsome, qualified to serve. So this is what basically the Bible sort of teaches what happened here, is everybody in the royal family was brought out there or connected to the royal family. And they went through and they chose people. And they chose them based on their knowledge and based on their looks. So let's just imagine all of the guys in this room were brought out and were going to be chosen based on their knowledge and looks. And clearly, looking around this room, every single one of these guys would be chosen to be taken back because of their vast knowledge and their stunningly good looks. They would be chosen to be taken back to Babylon there. But I mean, that's really what the Bible teaches happened. They brought them out there. They said, these guys, they're going to look good and they're going to be smart. I would have been safe. All right, they would have left me back there. I would have been safe, right? I mean, that was the prerequisites. But evidently, Daniel, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego were cursed with their stunningly good looks. But I mean, this is what the Bible teaches. Sort of some prerequisites. So they take them out there, they choose them. Then listen, here's something that we don't think about very often because of how easy travel is for us. They had to be taken from Jerusalem, southern part of Israel, all the way over to Babylon. That's a long trip, a few hundred miles. And again, remember how they're going to get there. They're going to have to walk. They're going to be in a caravan. This is a long journey. They get there, and what they're going to be assigned to, one of the first things that's going to happen, change. By the way, you should, check your answers here. Let me just tell you, just to make sure. Number 1 should be C. Nebuchadnezzar brought him. Number 2 should be B, C, and D. And again, that was just right there on the board, so hopefully you're following along and getting that. Daniel's friends' names were changed to, and no, I know what most of you put down, A there, Larry, Moe, and Curly. Anybody know what A is? What is Larry, Moe, and Curly? Anybody know? This is going super old school. The Three Stooges. Nobody knows that? That's a very, very old show. I think that's like 40s. It was not when I was a kid. All right, it was older than that. But it was a super old show. But Larry, but no, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. It sort of seems odd. Why worry about changing people's names? Actually, Daniel's name is changed to Belshazzar. Why worry about changing their names? Anybody have an idea? Why do you think that was such a big deal? Yes. Because what, I'm sorry? Okay, because, and I'm sorry, I should have brought down, I don't remember off the top of my head, all of their names, especially in Bible time, had something to do with God or the Jewish faith there. So when they came in, they changed their names. All of their names now have something to do with the Babylonian faith, Babylon gods. And so all of these names had to do with their faith. Not only did they change their names, they're going to bring them in there and they're going to change their customs. Remember, Jewish law had some strict dietary laws. Some of that was for their own protection. Some of the foods that they're told to, and this is one of the amazing things, some of the foods they were told to stay away from are some of the foods that if undercooked or if it could be dangerous for them. And so God warned them about staying away from these foods, different things like that. But the Babylonians don't have that kind of restrictions on them. Also, the Babylonians would take their food and they would sort of sacrifice it to the idols, and then they would eat it. So they are trying to change everything. Why do you think that is? Why do you think that the Babylonians would stress this and make this such a big matter of importance? Yeah. They're not Christians. Yeah. What else? Don't necessarily think like a spiritual realm here. Think just human, people. Yeah, Chase. Jewish people don't rebel? Yeah. What's that? They fear God. Here's what they're trying to do. All those are right. They're trying to make them forget their past. They're trying to rewrite their past so that they will just follow right along with what the Babylonians are doing. So again, they don't rebel and they're not concerned about it. Amazing things about this. They're going to put people in power. To power here, and you wouldn't really think it because again, remember, he's coming from a conquered nation. He's basically a slave, but he's going to rise to power. They were okay with that. They just didn't want you believing your own thing. They wanted everyone believing a certain way. And what was the certain way they wanted everyone to believe? That there's many gods. Oh, they were okay with the Jewish people believing in God. They just weren't okay with them believing there's only one God. That's very similar to the culture that we live in today. Listen, everyone's okay with you believing in God. The problem becomes when you say, there are not many gods, there's only one. That becomes the problem. And so this is what's going on. Now, here is where we're going to look at this and go Daniel 1, verse number 6 and 7. Now, we don't know how many people were taken. It was not just 4 guys. They are told that they're going to eat this and brought in. Now imagine this. They're being treated nicely here. They've just had a long journey. They come in and there's like the best food you can imagine. I mean the best. So let's just throw this out as a hypothetical scenario here. You've come in from a long journey. Sitting there on tables in front of you, any food that you want. So what food are you adding to that table that you are saying that is what I'm going after? What is the best food that you're going to go for there? Let's see here. I'm going to call on a lot of different people here, so you got to give me your best food. Jason, what are you adding to the table here? So he's starving. Okay, well, thank you. Hudson, shrimp. Oh, I like shrimp. That is good. That is good. Yes, Jose. Cheese. Okay, all right. Cheyenne. You don't know? Okay, all right. Erica. What is it? Pasta? Okay, all right. I like pasta. I like chicken Alfredo is like one of my favorite things, all right? Let's see here. Chase, what are you adding? You guys are boring, okay? You guys don't care about food. Listen, if you ask me what I'm adding, I've got like 20 things. I've got a wait list for what we're going to have next meal, you know? Like I can't eat it all in one. I mean, I'm going for the good stuff here. Lobster. You got like steak and potato. Ooh, for lobster? Oh. Shrimp. Shrimp would be one of those things on there. Maybe some salmon. That's always good. It's got to be cooked right. A Big Mac. I mean, might as well throw one of those on there. Maybe a double with grilled onions. We can throw that on there. That would be good. You know, we'll throw some of that stuff. And Chick-fil-A sandwich. We'll put one of those up there just for dessert. And then of course, McDonald's French fries will be up there. There will be no salad at all on the list there. We're just bypassing that stuff. Fruits, veggies. We'll have some fruit on there because I do care about my health. And so chocolate-covered strawberries will be on the list there because we want to have our fruit. We want to be healthy. And so we'll have some. I mean, just think, this is what's laid out in front of them. Well, exactly. Well, I always joke with my wife about this. Americans, what we are good at is we're like, okay, here's a healthy food. How can we make it unhealthy? Like, that's like what goes through our mind. You know, like, here's healthy, let's cover it in chocolate and see how it tastes. You know, like, that's just, I don't know what that is, but that's, you ever go to the fair? Some of you guys maybe have been to fairs before. What do they do there? They take like every healthy food and they're like, let's find a way to deep fry it and put it in chocolate. Like, that's just the idea behind what they're gonna do. But we have all this food sitting up here. And the guys come in there and imagine you sitting there. It's like Thanksgiving. I don't know how many of you guys do this. Thanksgiving Day is a big day. There's a lot of mental preparation that goes into Thanksgiving Day. I mean, some of you, I help prepare the food a little bit, but some people are always like, oh, I do all this work preparing the food and you do nothing. I'm like, no. I am mentally preparing for the day. First off, you can't eat much that day. You've got to get yourself in the mindset, in the game mode here for the turkey, for all of that, and stuffing. Stuffing's my favorite thing that you have on Thanksgiving Day. And so you sit there, but I don't know about you, my parents used to do this. The food is sitting there. And you know what I'm talking about, the smells I mean, it's just like, I am hungry, I've been waiting for this. And then they take time and they're like, let's go around the room and have everybody say what they're thankful for. And you're like, hey, I'm all about being thankful, but not right now. You know, like, let's eat, and after we're done eating, let's talk about being thankful. And then you go around the room, and you've got some people that are like super spiritual. Got like this long list of things, and they come to me, what do you think? I'm thankful for food. You know, like that's my mindset at that point. But he goes around, and you know what I'm saying? You're sitting there, and you're like, come on, I just want to eat. I'm smelling that food. I can't wait any longer. I just, you know, and some of you understand, like, maybe it's your mom in there, or dad, and they're fixing dinner, and you can like smell it throughout the house, and you're like, is it time to eat yet? Is it time to eat? They're sitting there. All this food is there. They're not supposed to eat this food. They know that. But here's the thing. You know who's not there? Their parents aren't there. In fact, I would assume a lot of these guys, their parents are dead. You know who's not there? Their teacher. That was there in the synagogue with them, that had taught them the law, had taught them the Torah. He's no longer there. Nobody is there in authority watching them. In fact, the only people in authority that are there are telling them to do this. So now each and every guy in that room, and the Bible only says the guys were brought. It doesn't talk about any ladies being brought. It's possible they were, but you're almost led to believe it was only guys that were brought back here. Every guy in this room has a decision. They all know what they're supposed to do. They've been taught this their entire lives. But there's nobody there. In fact, it's more dangerous for them to use it. They don't want to anger the people that just brought them in. Hey, they've seen how ruthless the Babylonians are. They know what Nebuchadnezzar is like. They don't want to anger him. So it's time to eat. I don't know if it plays out this way, but this is how I imagine it. Guys, make sure you're not talking, playing around. They all come up and stand in line over there. And they go through the line. And that first guy has a decision to make. Man, that steak looks good. It's done just right, which we all know just right means medium rare. Okay, you can't. Those of you guys that want the steak all the way, like no red in it at all, you're just taking all the flavor out of it. I mean, I don't want it to like have a ton of blood gushing out, but I do certainly want some in there, absolutely. And yeah, it's got to be the pink, different things like that. So that's what, I mean, it's right there. He can tell it's medium rare. That thing is ready to go, and it's got the right seasoning on it. Let's see here. So a few favorites of mine. There's a New York steak seasoning, very, very good. A Montreal steak, very good. But it's got all that right there. And he picks up a piece and he puts it on. He goes to the line, puts all that on there. It comes down to Daniel, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego. They've seen all the guys go through the line. They know what they're supposed to do. They know what's the safest thing for them to do. But you know what they do? Daniel's got a guy right there, sort of the guy in charge. He says, "Can I talk to you, sir?" "Hey, sir, we can't eat this." "What do you mean?" "I mean, our God has told us we can't eat this. Can we do something about this? I've got an idea. What if for the next 10 days you let us eat lentils and we'll drink water?" "What's lentils?" "Beans." "Hey, we'll just eat these vegetables. We'll drink water for the next 10 days. And then after those 10 days, hey, is everything okay?" Why is this guy concerned? It's not that he's overly concerned about Daniel, Shadrach, Meshach, and Abednego's health. But if something happens to them, he's in trouble. So Daniel's like, we'll do it for 10 days. We'll see. We'll do it for this period of time. You look at us. You say, okay, is everything good? Because what's going to happen is eventually they're going to go stand before Nebuchadnezzar. And if Nebuchadnezzar looks at him and says, hey, this guy doesn't look all right. What happened? Well, he's just been eating this. What do you mean he's been eating this? He's supposed to be in, this guy could be in a lot of trouble. But he's going to agree. And that's what brings you to Daniel 1:8. Because I want you to imagine for Daniel 1:8, all the food out here. And he's in line, and he's got his plate. And he sees guy after guy go and get all of that. He would condemn him for getting that food. In fact, the only way he will get condemned, or he will get made fun of, or he will get even put himself in danger, is by not taking that food. So the right now, line and take the food. And that's where Daniel 1:8 comes in. But Daniel purposed in his heart that he would not defile himself with a portion of the king's meat, nor with the wine which he drank. What is he saying here? Before Daniel ever here, I'm not going to go against God because of my parents find out. Because my parents will never find out. He's not saying I'm not going to, and then they'll think poorly. No, his friends are in line. They're already eating. Here's what he's saying. I'm not going to do it because I'm not going to go against my God. So Daniel, to go up to this guy and say, can we do something different? And why does he do that? Because he made a decision long ago before he got in line. Here's what happens. We want to make the decision to live for God when we're in line. And that's when it's hard. Because everybody else is doing it. And we are very, very good at justifying our sins. In fact, if I'm Daniel in that line, you know what I'm already thinking? Well, God, I've got to do it. I don't want to do it, but I've got to do it. Look, what will happen to me if I don't do it? That's what I'm doing. I'm justifying it in my mind, but Daniel's not justifying anything in his mind. He's saying, I'm not going to do it because if I do, I'm going against God. He made a decision. And what's going to happen? Let's go to, you guys are in Daniel chapter 1. Go to verse number 20. And I'm going to read this and then we're going to close. They stand before Nebuchadnezzar, and in all matter of wisdom and understanding that the king inquired of them, he found them 10 times better than all the magicians and astrologers that were in all of his realm. 10 times better. They follow God, God blesses them. So Daniel 1:8 is the key. There is no book of Daniel if there is not a Daniel 1:8. If there's not a decision that Daniel makes, I'm going to follow God no matter what, then there never is this book. And that's why we're memorizing this verse, because this is really the key to this entire book of the Bible. All right, guys, hey, you are dismissed. You've got your field notes for the week. You got your memory verse. Your memory verse is on Friday. Okay, remember we switch off every week, so memory verse is on Friday. So really your only thing you need to do today is your field notes and study Daniel 1, verse number 8. All right, you guys can be dismissed. Hey, online, do remember that you need to send in your work or you will not get credit for that. All right, remember that. Make sure to send in your homework to me.
Okay, shh. Morning class. DLs, I'm going to put you on an interruption here, but while you're on this interruption, it'll be a little longer than just a little normal one. But we are scheduled to do quiz 21 today. So quiz 21 will not be open book. So while you're on this interruption, go ahead and do that. And then when we're done with that and the thing that I've got to take care of in class here today, when we're through with all that, we'll come back on after we finish our quiz. Okay? So we'll see you here in just a little bit. Okay? Study it first, and then take your quiz. Okay? Quiz 21. Okay? Welcome back. Okay. Class, I need you to be quiet. Thank you. Okay. Not having a lot of time today, that's okay. We can pick this up tomorrow. But because just a lot of things were going on this morning, and maybe that'll happen every morning, okay? Jezreel, I will try and get you that test. I didn't get here to school till 8:30, so I am running behind on things. So normally I get here before 7 o'clock and I have time to get things together. And I'm a little rushed today, didn't get things. So I am trying to. You can, hey, guys, tell you what, when I get that test that I need to make a copy for you in the office, I will send you an email about it, letting you know that it's there, okay? And I think you got some brownie bucks that you can pick up at the same time. So I just need to get it all put together for you, okay? Make copies or whatever. So I haven't forgot you. Just watch for that, okay? Okay, here we go. The patterns of circulation. Circulating currents to start off with, okay? There's two types of circulating currents. One is a low or a lower pressure current, okay? This is a region where higher than normal concentration of heat will produce convection currents of warm air or warm rising air because of the lower concentration of air. Okay? Now, Elias, you're about, since you started late, you're getting close to that first 1,000. Okay? You just haven't reached that goal yet. Okay? So you're getting there. Get all that get that missing work in, and you should be over it and almost ready for your second. Okay? Okay. Second one is obviously opposite. The higher pressure. This is a region where lower than normal concentration, so look what it's doing. Here's how you can tell the difference. The lower pressure is a region where it's higher than normal concentration of heat. Okay? That's the low. The high pressure is where there's a lower than normal. So it's a play on words. You're just flip-flopping the aspects. Okay? Produce currents of sinking air that piles up near the ground. The low pressure, warm air is rising. The high pressure, low, or the air is sinking, okay? And it just creates this total circle of currents going on. Air will always flow from a region of higher pressure to a region of lower pressure. Always from higher to lower. You got your notes all done? No. Well, then why aren't you sitting down doing these? She's not going to take those for you. She can't use them anyway because you've got your name on hers. Okay? That's fine. Do your notes. Okay? Don't be a disturbance. Do them now. And by the way, as of this chapter, and this will help you, I guess in some way. Starting with this chapter, at the end of these when we finish the notes, the day we finish the notes, your notes are due. Okay? I've been waiting until you can turn them in for a test, but then I never see them, some of you. Okay? So on the day that we finish the notes are due, whether finished or not. Okay? That's simple. You should be able to get your notes finished. There should be no reason, gentlemen in the back, there should be no reason why a set of notes is not finished. And that's the only reason is because you're sitting there not doing anything. Okay? Yes, ma'am. So, I'm trying to help you to stay off the missing worksheet. I'm trying to help you get your grades, not a 0. I'm trying to help me not have to worry about trying to round you up. Okay? So, the day we finish is the day that they're due. Okay? Okay. Ready? Did you get this one, Emma? Okay. Winds blow towards regions of lower pressure to take the place of the rising air. Okay? So if the air is rising, it's leaving this gap of space. Okay? If we think scientifically, it's creating and it's not, but it's creating thoughtfully, it's creating this vacuum, this empty space. Well, since air is circulating, there never is a vacuum on the earth, okay? Because the air is constantly moving up and down. When the warm air is rising, the cool air is coming in, okay? And same way with the reverse side of it. That's one, okay? So you have this constant flow replacing of air as it circulates. They blow away from regions of higher pressure to escape the pileup on the air on the ground. If we didn't have this circling motion going on, the air on the ground would be constantly dense. And then when you went outside, you would go, I have a hard time breathing because it's pressure on me, okay? And so when it's more dense of an air pressure, you have a little bit harder time breathing. That's just normal. You may not feel it right off the bat, but your body does, okay? Everybody done? Is everybody done now? You know, last week, we went through, I don't know how, maybe we shouldn't have, but we went through a whole week without any checks last week with you guys.
Oh, did we get like an ice cream party?
No. But, puts thoughts in my mind. Okay, are we done now? We done? Okay, ready or not? Okay, so we have what's our global winds. The other ones were wind directions or the circulating currents. These are our global winds. Now, global should tell you something right there. These are the winds that we experience or know about that happen all over the globe, okay? An unequal heating at the equator and the poles. That's what creates this global wind setups, and there's more than just one. Wind doesn't just blow from the north to the south and south to the north to create that full circle. Okay? It's the circles within the regions. Okay? The global winds, and there's categories for these global winds, but they are just because you got the equator, which is the hottest part, the center of the earth, and you got the poles, which is the colder regions of the earth. Okay? And as the wind is going from making those circular motions across those regions, you get this turbulence or this unequal heating at these locations. Okay? We done? Now, the equator obviously is it's constantly warm all year. Okay? At the equator, it's not going to be cold. Okay? So if you don't like cold and you can stand the heat, and I'm talking about heat, then being down at the equator is the place for you. Jose? One more time. Shh, guys. It's hard enough for me to hear at my age, let alone have to hear over the mask, let alone have to hear over voices. Okay? What were you saying? Pull the mask down a little bit, please. Uh-uh. Shh. You're thinking of constant. This is consistent. A little different. Same perspective, just a little different take on it. Okay? Okay, number 2, and then we'll call it quits for today. The poles are always very cold. Okay? Could have put that up there together. Therefore, the air above the poles is constantly chilled. Okay? That's why you can't just go up into Alaska area and just walk around with a muscle shirt or a tank top or whatever you want to call those on. Okay? You'll probably need some kind of a parka or a coat or something else. Okay? Okay, DLs, that's going to conclude lesson today. Class, that's going to conclude your lesson today. We will finish lesson 95 tomorrow. So the reading quiz that was tomorrow, we will not do. We'll just skip it. Okay? We'll do the review, but if you want to read ahead 205 to 208, that was tonight's homework. Okay? DLs, see you tomorrow.
So your spelling words need to be turned in from homework on Friday, and then your literature books need to be open. Oh, literature book. Elias, turn around. All the way. All right, turn to page number page 240. 240. Go ahead and take out your notes. Write things down. So here is my cat slide that we didn't get to see. All right, go ahead and write down From Another April. This was written by Jesse Stewart. Page 244 is Grandpa Looks Like the Terrapin. Okay, and if you read your story, you'll know exactly what a terrapin is, but we're going to go over that in a minute. Okay, but that is For Another April. Okay, just some questions from Another April. We should have read this on Thursday. This was Thursday night's homework. We didn't get a chance to discuss it on Friday because we were taking our grammar quiz. But Another April, this was written by Jesse Stewart. Some questions just to consider and reviewing from our story on Friday. How many of you guys know how old was Grandpa in the story? Bella? Yes, he was 91. He was 91. We see that on page 240 in the intro, actually. We see this. Grandpa has welcomed the April spring for 91 years, but his strength and health are no longer what they used to be. This year, his daughter and his grandson watch over him as he toddles out to enjoy nature and visit an old friend. So that's the whole purpose of this work, was that it's just kind of seeing the enjoyment of man and nature and kind of the relationship what he had. So Grandpa was 91 in the story, and then in the beginning, what's the word that we use for the part of the story where it introduces the characters, it introduces the setting, it kind of has that dialogue that is at the beginning of a story. It starts with an E. Remember? Chase? The exposition. Put away your snack, please. Okay, we kind of forget that every time I ask it. But class, what is it? The exposition. So we see that in the exposition, how he's talking about the daughter, the mom, she's buttoning up his jacket, putting a wool cap over his head. He's kind of the one to fuss around saying, all right, I don't need all this stuff. It's not even that cold. But then in the end, it is pretty cold outside. Who does he go and visit? His old friend, John. Okay, the terrapin. If you guys look on that on page number, that is on page number 243. A terrapin is a what class? Type of turtle. Okay, so a terrapin is a type of turtle. He's walking around. He's enjoying the trees. We see this on page number 240. He's appreciating the shining green hills. He's appreciating on page number 241. He examined every little thing on his path. He waved his cane at a butterfly. He examined the butterfly. He would stand when a puff of wind came along on page 242. When he reached the hog pen, he petted some of the hogs. He stopped under a blooming dogwood. He stopped under a redbud tree. He played with a bumblebee. He even pulled a butterfly cocoon from a blackberry briar. Just some parts of the story where it talks about that relationship between man and nature. What was his profession before he retired? Natalie? He was a lumberjacker, a timber cutter. That's on page 241. You want to know what profession he was. That's on the right-hand side of page number 241. Kind of in the middle of the paragraph, it says, before you was born, she said, Pap has been with us 11 years. He was 80 when he quit cutting timber and farming. Okay, so he was a farmer, a tree farmer possibly. He cut wood there. True or false? Mother wanted to go outside with Grandpa. Is that true or false, class? It was false, which is why from the story it was told from the little boy's perspective and how he was asking his mom questions and saying, why does Grandpa do this? What does Grandpa do? Or what did Grandpa do before he lived with us? And just kind of observing him enjoy nature. And then he visits his old friend, the terrapin. Who was Grandpa's old friend? The terrapin, which was another turtle. It was a turtle that dwells both on land and in fresh water. And there was something interesting about the terrapin, about the turtle's shell. What was interesting about the shell was that there was a date carved onto the back of the shell. What date was that? 1847. We see that at the top on page 243. Okay, it says, how does Grandpa know that the terrapin is old? I asked Mom. It's got 1847 cut on its shell, Mom said. We know he's 95 years old. He's older than that. We don't know how old he was when that date was cut on the back. Who cut 1847 on his back, Mom? I don't know, child, she said, but I'd say whoever cut that date on his back has long been underground. So yes, the turtle was very old, and that's why it was kind of his old friend and kind of someone he related to, because obviously the turtle was old, he was old, and he just kind of really enjoyed nature in that aspect. Okay, and then on lines on page 244, the line to know is Grandpa looks like the terrapin, I said. Mom didn't say anything. Tears came to her eyes. She wiped them from her eyes with the corner of her apron, and just kind of like a sentimental moment because she's thinking about how old her dad is. Okay, so that is another April, talking about when April came along after the springtime, or after the winter time went away and springtime came out, Grandpa would visit his old friend. All right, look at page 245. Character. Just some things to know about this one. Okay, this was written by Don Marquis. Just some things about him. He was a country boy from Illinois who moved to New York City, becoming a renowned newspaper columnist and magazine contributor and novelist. His most popular was a newspaper column about Archie, which is a character that Marquis invented to allow himself a genre of rich satire in free verse form. If you don't know what satire is, or if you don't remember what it is, it's basically making human folly or making fun of something, but other than making fun of it, your whole purpose is changed about it. So for example, a lot of times authors would write stories that would represent in their government, and they would write stories and kind of like a fiction about them, kind of making fun of them, saying some things about them, but their whole purpose of writing the work was, okay, my government is whack and it needs to change, basically. So that's what a satire is. And Don Marquis, he wrote this story about Archie. He is a precocious cockroach who uses Marquis' typewriter to communicate with Mehitabel, which is a stray cat. And Marquis' ability to create compelling characters like Archie, Mehitabel, and Warty Bliggins, a toad, have solidified him as a leader in American literary comedy. Just some little things to kind of make people laugh, but it is a satire, a ridicule of human folly, in hopes of correcting it. But he also wrote this story, being a public character. It kind of tells you in the beginning whose perspective it was told from. Whose perspective was it, class? The dog's perspective, okay? And what made the dog so famous? What did he do that kind of made him a public figure? Class? He bit a lion. Okay, we see that on page 245, the very first sentence. Ever since I bit a circus lion, believing him to be another dog like myself, only larger, I have been what Doc Watson calls a public character in our town. We see who was Freckles, class? It was his owner. What was his real name, though, or his people? Okay, we'll look at that in a minute. Okay, but Freckles, my boy, was kind of a public character too. Went around bragging about my noble blood and bravery, and all the other boys and other dogs in the town sort of looked up to him and thought how lucky he was to belong to a dog like me. So obviously, it's told from the dog's perspective and the fact that the dog thinks that he owns his boy, Freckles. That's why he called him. And then just a little bit more in the exposition, it kind of says, but with me becoming a public character happened all in a flash. One day I was just kind of a private dog, and then the next day I bit the lion and I became a public character. Fame came so sudden, I scarcely knew how to act. It talks about how he was put in a cage, kind of like a display in a circus. We see that on page 246, where there was this sign on his cage. It says, "Spot the dog that licked a lion, 10 pins admission," and then certain payments to feed the dog, to pet him, all this stuff that the owner, Freckles, was trying to make money off of his dog. Well, Freckles, we see this on page 246. Go ahead and look over on page 246 at the very top. It says, Harold is Freckles' other name. So you want to know the other name for Freckles, which was Harold. And it was kind of a funny thing to the dog was that if anyone called him Harold, he didn't like that. It was either Harry or Hal, but Harold is a fighting word with Freckles. He's saying Freckles didn't like it, I didn't like it, because, I mean, who would want to be named Harold, right? Just kidding. So he just thought that was something of his responsibility, was just to kind of protect his owner from people making fun of him, anything that might happen. And then the dog knew that he was famous, so he kind of had to keep up with that character. So in keeping up with that character, who remembers what the dog did to people when he was in that cage? John? He growled at the person. So yes, one of your questions, true or false, Spot growled at the people to live up to his reputation as a public character. Yes, that is true. He kind of growled at the guy that worked at the deli. They gave him some extra scraps, like meat scraps. He growled at him because he thought, okay, I'm somebody famous. I am a public character. I need to keep up with appearances' sake. So he just randomly growled, and even went into great lengths of saying, like, I don't want to growling, but I growled because I thought that was the best thing to do. But on page 247, the dog has a friend. Who was his friend's name? Does anybody remember? Okay, his friend's name was Mutt. We see that at the very top of the page, or very bottom actually, was when he first mentioned his friend's name. Mutt Milligan and some of his old friends. They walked up to him and Mutt started to challenge him. What did he challenge him with? Does anybody remember? Someone besides Emma, John? Okay. Go ahead and find it on page 247. All right, so look at it with me. He kind of challenged him. He said, there's a new dog downtown that says he blew in from Chicago. He said that he used to be Blind Man's dog on the street corner there. Okay. So Mutt, he's saying, you're not all this, we know you to be someone different, and there's a new dog in town that is actually cooler than you. He was the Blind Man's dog. And obviously, the dog, he was like, okay, well, tell him to come around and let's see who's the better dog, and basically challenging each other. So who actually won that fight? Does anybody remember? Emma? The Blind Man's dog won the fight. So after he won the fight, we see that on page 247, the word got around town, in spite of his running away like that before I got my second wind, that the Blind Man's dog, so-called, had actually licked me. Many pretended to believe it. Every time Freckles and me went down the street, someone would say, well, the dog that licked the lion got licked himself, didn't he? So basically, the public character was not a public character anymore. Well, he still was a public character, but not in a good kind of way. He was embarrassed, and they kind of made fun of him and saying, okay, you're not this big old dog that you pretended to be anymore because a small dog beat you up. Well, on page 248, what happened with Freckles or Harold and the dog? They were so Who were they playing with? Does anybody remember? Look on page 248. Okay, we see a family there that they ended up playing with. Can anybody find that? It's on the left. Okay, who were the girls? What was their family's name? Is it class? Okay, so they had three girls. Two of them were twins, and then one of them was the pretty one that the dog kind of described her. What were they doing? Does anybody know? So go ahead and read that paragraph. Read it with me. Right next in column. Two. Oh boy. My laptop. But anyway, so they're talking about the Wilkinson's family, and they were playing with these two things. Well, things, not persons. What were they playing with, or who were they playing with? Okay, look it up. Okay, that's on the left-hand side. It's about 2 paragraphs down. Begin reading Emma and John. Okay, go ahead and find it for yourself. What were they playing with, or who were they playing with? So there was the three girls. Okay, or the eldest Wilkins girls, and then there's another Wilkins girls, and they were playing with who? Tyler? Not okay, a doll. But they had twins. They had little siblings, twins. It says when the 3 Wilkins girls came out to play, there were only 2 boys in the Wilkins family, and they were twins, but they were only year-old babies and didn't amount to anything. The 2 eldest Wilkins girls, the taffy-colored hair one and the squint-eyed one, each had one of the twins taking care of it. And the other Wilkins girls, the pretty one, she had one of those big dolls made as big as a baby. So that's kind of an important fact about the doll. Why? Why was that an important fact about the doll? What happened in the story, kind of the climax of the story, where everything all happened at once? Someone's besides Emma and John. Okay, so read at the very bottom on page 248, the last sentence on the left-hand side. Start reading there, okay? It says, but after a while, I got pretty tired and lay down on a rug and went to sleep, okay? Then after that, go ahead and read what happened during the story, and raise your hand and let me know what you found out that happened. What happened, guys? Jasmine? Pretty sound and pretty long all of a sudden, and almost choking, for the place was smoky. I barked and no one answered. The whole house was full of smoke. The house was on, and it looked like I was alone in it. Smoke, but the door was locked and let out onto the first. It was a deal fuller of smoke, and I could see glints of flame winking. But it was kind of something that he stops. What does it say? On the top of a step, what was it? Okay, good. So on the top of the step, I stumbled over a gray wood of some other, and I picked it up in my mouth. Down to him. So even in his owner's sweater, he said that, well, my jacket, so my mouth. That thing end up being, Bella? One of the twins. So that life describing a little bit earlier, in their haste to get to the house, they grabbed one of the twins, their twin. So his owner Freckles, my doggy, and it's this huge, dramatic whole spiel of events that happened, and then Freckles, he just still grabs one of the twins, and he actually rescues the twin, and then he ends up being a public character once again. So, we see this on page 249. A line to know would be, I ain't saying that I knew it was the missing twin in a gray shawl when I picked it up the second time. He's basically saying, I'm not saying that I didn't know that it was, but I also am saying, or I'm not saying that I did know what it was, but nobody tried to prove that I did it on purpose, so I might as well just go with the flow and act like it was on purpose, that I meant to save the twins, and I'm going to be a hero, basically. So that was a line to know on page 249. I ain't saying that I knew it was the missing twin in a gray shawl when I picked it up the second time. And the theme of this is the effects of pride on one's life. And it's not the kind of pride of, oh, look at me, but the pride that someone has when it's being hurt, when it is being praised. For example, when the dog was, or in the dog and Freckles were in that public character of being praised, they were like, okay, yes, this is a good thing. But when they were being humiliated after the dog got beat up by the blind man's dog, or got licked by the blind man's dog, their pride was kind of hurt. So we see here the effects of pride on one's life, okay? Tonight for homework, go ahead and read pages 250 to 253. This is Old Sly Eye. This is written by Russell Gordon Carter. You want to read this story, just saying, because there will be a reading quiz on Wednesday over pages 250 to page 253. Okay, or not Wednesday, tomorrow. Okay, so read the story, page 250 to 253. We'll go over in class after we take our quiz. All right, go ahead and put that away and take out your grammar books. Over the weekend or Friday night's homework, you were to do exercise A, part 1, and all you were doing was underlining the words ending in ing. Okay? Simple as that. That's what a gerund is. We kind of already knew what our gerund was when we were finding that with different nouns. So let's clauses on page number 121 in the green book, and then page number 135 in the blue book. Okay, so let's go through what we underlined, okay? What did we underline in number 1 in the blue book? Jared's hobby, collecting coins, can be very expensive. Class, what did we underline here? Collecting, good. Number 1 in the blue book, my favorite pastime is swimming in the lake. What did we underline here? Swimming. Number 2 in the green book, traveling to China is one of Tammy's dreams. We underline traveling, good. Her job, designing clothing for the handicapped, requires imagination and creativity. Class, what do we underline here? Designing clothing. Actually, it is a gerund because it is ending in ing, but clothing noun here, what it's called, technically here clothing is not a gerund because it is a verb that is used as a noun. So if you don't know what a verbal is by now, verbals are words that they look like verbs, but they function as something else. So gerunds, they look like verbs, but they function as nouns. Clothing is just a straight up noun. It's not a verb, okay? So look at number 1 in your, let's go into further exercise. This is a verbal that is used as a noun. Gerunds can be direct objects, predicate nominatives, objects of the preposition. Positives. The gerund ends in ing. Okay? Hunting. Hobby. Luke really enjoyed hunting. Okay? All of these sentence. Okay? So look at the first example sentence. Hunting is what's my verb in that? Number one. What's my okay? Okay. Or verb. A gerund is used as the what? The question of direct object. All right. Or Logan really enjoyed your class. Enjoys. Who or what enjoys? What's my subject? Who? Enjoy who or what? Hunting or fishing. So since that answers our question, that a gerund can be used as a direct object. So basically, when we find questions that answer, or the answers that question, the answer to the questions like who or what, that our object or predicate nominative, all of those can still be gerunds functioning as those complements. So what you were to do over the weekend is just to underline all the gerunds, but now let's look at step number 2 in finding a gerund phrase. Okay, look at your option on number 2. Okay, a phrase consists of a gerund, complement, or modifier. Okay, so you're going to have your word ending in ing, but then you're also going to in that phrase modifiers describe your gerund, okay, or words that go with your gerund phrase. All of those are going to be part of your gerund phrase. Okay, for example, they can have complements just as a verb can. Modifiers can be one word or a phrase. Gerunds can be modified by single adverbs or prepositional phrases. So you're going to be looking for adjectives, adverbs, prepositional phrases, anything that goes with your gerund. Okay, so for example, playing basketball well requires dedication. Okay, requires is my verb, playing is my actual gerund, but my entire gerund phrase would be playing basketball well. Okay, same thing. Arising early is easy for Brooklyn. Okay, is my verb. Early, arising is my actual gerund, but notice how it has that adverb that describing arising, so I would consider that to be part of my phrase. Okay, that entire phrase is used as the subject. Okay, number 2. Enjoys designing a pattern and sewing her own clothes. Okay, designing is also a gerund, sewing is a gerund, but I would consider all of that to be part of my direct object. Okay, or my gerund phrase, all of that is being used as the direct object. Everyone enjoys receiving good news. Receiving is my actual gerund. Receiving good news is my entire phrase. Okay? So that's what we're doing next in exercise A. Number 2 is you want to draw a box around your entire verb phrase. Okay, on page 121 in the green book, it doesn't say to draw a box around it, but I want you to. Okay? So we found all of our... Actually, that's on exercise B on page 122. Okay, so for those of you in the green book, okay, you're going to be boxing your entire gerund phrase. For those of you in the blue book, it continues on to page 136, so you're just going to be boxing your gerund phrases. Okay, so look at your number 1 on page 122 in the green book, number 1 as well on page 135 in the blue book. These ones are a little more similar to each other, okay? So look at number 1. My favorite pastime is reading a book. For those of you in the green book, can you tell me what to underline here? Underline my gerund. Natalie? Reading. Okay, now, what would I box? Okay. Reading a book. Good, Cody. Same thing. My favorite pastime is swimming. What would I box here, class? If for those of you in the blue book, my gerund is swimming, what would I box? Swimming in the lake. That's what I would box as my gerund phrase. Okay? Now, what is this being used as? Okay, what is it being used as? Look at my subject and my verb. Okay, what's my subject, class? Pastime. What's my verb? Pastime is who or what? Reading a book. Look at my verb. What kind of verb is that? Action or linking? Linking. So what complement goes with linking verbs that equal the subject? A PN. Number 1 would be a predicate nominative. Good. Okay? So that's exactly what we're doing in this exercise. Okay? In the book, you're just doing exercise B. Okay? That is for homework tonight. Go ahead and take out your. You do have quiz 17 tomorrow, so if you have not turned. But tomorrow is quiz 17, obviously over list 17. But let's do exercise B together. For those of you, Kayla and Eliana, it's different here. So you don't have to do the exercise B in that book because it's completely different and it doesn't really apply to this. So just listen and follow along, okay? I'm going to ask what a nearly synonym of the word is and make sure you just look at your list and see, okay, this could be this, that means the same one, all right? Number 1, some parts of the world have almost continual rain. Okay, look at the synonym of continual. Aaron? Incessant, okay, good. Unceasing or, okay. Do 2 through 10. We're going to go over it. Synonym for the word power. Power. Number 3 is synonym for the word verb. Okay, who has number 2? Power. Good. Jurisdiction, an extent of authority or control or the rights, the power, or authority. Number 3, in all the play there is not one word proper. Another synonym for proper. Tyler? What was it? Apt, fit, suitable, or exactly. Wise, down. Finish other people, belittle other people, lessen other people. Good, okay? A synonym for the word downplay. Number 5, the peculiar, high-sounding language of some journals can be difficult to understand. John? Jargon, good. It is unintelligible language, lingo, or just like special terms that people would use. Number 6, the stock market can be risky for inventors. What would be a synonym for risky or risks? Chase? Not precarious. What was it? Number 10, venturesome. Literally bold, inclined to take risks. Okay? So number 6, risky would be venturesome, kind of. Number 8, here's Cody. Number 8? Okay, what is a synonym for daring? Oh, yes. Sorry, 7. Associated. What was it? Allied. Join, linked, affiliated. Good. Yesterday we began studying about tornadoes and associated phenomena with things that you would think to be amazing, which would be phenomena. Number 8, businessmen have to be daring to be successful. Okay. What would this one be, class? Who has this one? Okay, precarious. Actually, number 6 and number 8 definitely could be what's it called? Switched. Hold on, let me see. Right, power, authority, like someone diminished. Well, it could also be. No, Chase, you were right on number 6. Okay, the stock market is precarious for people. In this case, it is uncertain or insecure. They take risk in that way. And then this one, businessmen need to be bold in order. Okay, so number 6, Chase was right, is precarious, is venturesome. Okay, number multi. What a word. Multitudinous. What would that be? What was that? Myriad. Work together to fight terrorism or unified class. This one would be allied. The other one would be, what was that one? Kindred. What number would that one be? 7. Alright, go ahead. And will be your quiz. And then you guys are dismissed. Mine's tomorrow. Happy birthday, Joey. Kayla, and your the only one that's different. Okay, so marketing.
All right, there we go. How do they usually move this thing? Do they use this?
Yeah, you have to drag the thing over there
And click on it?
and then it should work. You can use the clicker too.
No, it can't. It does. The clicker doesn't work.
It's probably on.
It's definitely on.
Probably the battery.
Call Mr. S.
No, it's fine.
Even Mr. Brown knows how to work it.
No, it doesn't have the USB for it. It's not hooked up.
So bad.
It works with the PC unless the USB in the back.
There we go. It's on. It's on.
Yeah.
All right, let's start. Okay, everyone should have their notes. We're starting a new chapter. We're not doing a lot today. Thank you for bearing with me. Keep on asking, yes. All right, we are starting a new chapter. I haven't got those new tests. Shh. Everyone, mask on, quiet. Okay, sit up now. Okay, you got some free time. There's not a lot of time left, so we're going to use it wisely. Okay, we're going to get through some notes. Joey, turn around. Jose, take whatever it is, resistance band, I don't care what it is, take it off the desk. You know exactly what I'm talking about. Take it off. Take it off. On the bottom of the desk, you know exactly what I'm talking about. If you don't want to take it off, I'm going to come cut it and throw it away. Oh, yeah. It's below the desk. Be more understanding. All right, but we're going over chapter 16. We are moving on. We're just going to jump right in. Okay, since we had to waste some time me trying to figure that out. Okay, so we're going to move on. Just learners, make sure you throw your name in the chat so we know you're here. Before we start, though, before I forget, sorry, this is a little hectic. Okay, we are going to pray. Any prayer requests? Yes, ma'am. Unspoken? Also pray for the volleyball team. They got their first game tomorrow. Whoop, whoop. Yes, ma'am. Your coaches will probably tell you. Yes, sir. Unspoken? Okay, 2 unspoken. Yes. Okay, I'm sure you guys heard it multiple times today. Okay, we do need to pray for our pastor. Okay, Pastor Sidlowski, he's not doing well, whether it's your pastor or not. He does a lot for the school and for the church. Okay, so we're going to pray for him. Okay, not only is he sick, he's got COVID. Okay, not only is he sick, but he's not even in our country. Okay, so he's away from his family, away from his friends. Okay, he's kind of alone in Dubai right now, so we're going to pray for him. All right, he's not doing super good, so we're just going to pray for him, and God's going to heal him. Okay, so we're going to pray for that, pray for his family, comfort them. It's not easy. Certainly, just like if you had a sick relative, it's not easy to have someone sick and not be able to see them. Okay, usually when someone's sick, you want to be there for them. I know if a family member of mine was sick, I'd probably leave work and I'd go see them because I want them to be better and I want to try to support them for that. Okay, you should be listening right now, not talking. Okay, I'm not for it today. So just listen, or else it's not to be good. Okay, so we're going to pray, and then we're going to get started. Okay, let's pray. Dear Heavenly Father, Lord, thank you for today. Thank you for everything you do for us on a daily basis, all the blessings you give us, all the goodness you've given us, the health. Thank you that school gets to stay open during this time. I'm sure that sometimes the kids might not like it, but it is good for them, Lord, to be here, to be in person, for them to continue their learning. Please allow us to be able to focus during this class, Lord, for us to be able to learn something today, get through some notes, and be ready for this week. Please just help all the unspokens in the room. Please help Brianna, Lord, and all the unspokens that we might have, as I'm sure there's so many other, for us just be able to trust in you and to just believe that you can give us the wisdom, the strength, the patience, whatever it may be, whatever situation it may be. Please just help that. Also, please help Cody, his mom, and for his baby sister, Lord, as they're still probably recovering. Please allow her to stay safe and healthy during this time. Please also help Jason's arm for that to continue healing. But also we lift up a special prayer request to you, Lord. Please help Pastor Sidlowski, Lord, as he's away from his family in another country, away from his friends, away from his church. Although our prayers are being heard, as you hear all of our prayers, Lord, he doesn't always hear everything. So please just allow and just be there for him, comfort him through his time, comfort his family as it's not easy. Please just heal him and give him a quick recovery as he can come back and the Easter time's coming up for him to be able to be here for that. Please just bless his family, Lord, as I'm sure it's not easy, Mr. Moyer, Mrs. Moyer, all their kids and his grandkids and family in Michigan. Please just be there for all of them. Please help all students the rest of this week, Lord. Continue to bless this school. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Okay, guys, usually when we're praying, Okay, you're quiet, you're not laughing, and you're paying attention. Okay, some of you, okay, let's just do a shh, Cody. Okay, when I talk to students, you don't call out, hey, everyone quiet. Okay, when I'm talking to other students, you do not comment. Okay, some of us in the school, at 7th and 8th grades, we need to start learning that. Okay, I had a great fellowship with some guys last night, and you want to know what the dad was telling me? Man, we need more kids that understand responsibility and respect. Just a random parent, random person. I had met him, but I didn't know who he was. Met him last night. He said that to me. We're not even friends. Joey, be quiet. And we do. It's true. Not just here, everywhere. But here, especially, since we are here and I'm teaching here, you guys need to learn how to be more respectful, whether you like a person or not. I'm the same way. I got to learn to be more respectful. Okay, when I become an adult, right, I'm a young adult. I'm very young. You guys remind me that every day. Okay, I'm very young. Okay, I have to be respectful. Sometimes it's not easy. Sometimes the easy thing is just to snap at someone. I get told to do something like, no, I don't want to. Man, that's not how we're supposed to react. That's not how we're taught. It's not how we're supposed to be. But responsible. Okay, some of you, your grades are struggling. Okay, one, your grades should never struggle in my class. It is history. They are facts. You memorize them, you know them. That's it. Okay, the homework is literally the book. Joey, you say one more time, you're going to go to the office. That's literally being disrespectful in itself. Okay? You guys might think this is funny. You might not care. You might not want to listen. But you need to hear it. Okay, because some of us have real problems. And as you get older, it's going to become worse. Not better. It doesn't just fix itself. Okay, you're building yourself right now. You're choosing what you want to be right now. Doesn't change. Oh, next year I'll be a completely different person. Next year I'll be a completely different. Hey, next year I'm going to be better. Next year. Just next year. Man, you can't do that your whole life. Then you're going to be 30, 40 years old. Maybe after this kid graduates, I'll be better. Maybe once I get this job, I'll be better. Man, that's not how life is going to work. It's going to be hard. But you got to learn to be respectful with the people you work with, and you got to be responsible with the time that is given, whether you like it or not. Okay, it's something we got to learn. Okay, that's just something that's on my heart, not just for you guys, but for some other stuff going around. But we got to learn it, certainly in this school. Okay, I'm with you guys every day, not just you, the other classes as well. But we really have a respect problem and a responsibility problem. Okay, that doesn't mean every single individual. Okay, some are good, some not as good. Improvement for all. All right? Improvement for all. Right, Tyler? We can all get a little bit better. All right. We're going to start this chapter. We're not doing a lot today, but we are going to get through a few notes, so make sure those are out. Okay, we are going to be doing notebook checks. Okay, two of my classes have one on Tuesday, one has on Friday. You guys might have one on Friday, so be ready for that at any time. Yes, sir? Yeah, what do you think a notebook check is there, dude? To check over the notes we're doing. The one we're in right now. Anytime we do a notebook check, it's in the ones we're in right now. Does that make sense? So now you know. Any chapter we're in, it's over that one. All right, chapter 16. Okay, we're going to be talking about the modern European civilization during this time, Western civilization. Okay, it has profoundly influenced the world that in modern age is sometimes called the European age. Okay, so what continent are we talking about during this time? Europe. Okay, we've already been talking about England and other places. Okay, but we're going to be talking about Europe. We are going to mention some about other countries as well. Yes. Chapter 16. I just gave you the notes, dude. No. We just did chapter 15. I believe. Shh. Guys in the back. Okay, also some of us are going to be moving probably this week because you can't handle your spots. So I'm going to put you by the person you dislike most because that's what we're going to do. Okay, moving on. Oops. Okay, this age and this time period we're going to be talking about mainly in Europe. Okay, obviously, like you said, yes, it is going to be dealing about other countries like China, okay, the Americas, and other places, but it all started in Europe, this age of exploration. Okay, we're going to be talking about a lot of travelers, okay, some well-known like Christopher Columbus, Bartholomew Diaz. Hurry up, Jose. But yes, I will go back. There's literally there's two blanks. It's two blanks. Blancs. Joey. No, you're mocking me. Yes, there's a big difference. Okay, the Age of Exploration. This is when the people of Europe began in earnest to explore all the oceans and continents. Okay, I think that's a typo, not then, but their world. Okay, spreading European influence across the globe. This is also going to be a time we're not talking about quite yet, but a time of missions. Okay, spreading religion, spreading their trade, spreading their food, all these different things, okay, into different countries. Okay, like China, Africa, the Middle East. India is a real big one. Okay, obviously the Americas. That's what's going to be going on during this chapter. Jose, you good with this note? All right, man, just checking. Okay, these are some pictures. This is going to be kind of like the map that they would have had at this time. Okay, they didn't have a complete map. Okay, people were exploring, so they didn't have everything. So this is kind of what the map would have looked like then. Okay, they didn't really know what was down here. Antarctica wasn't really a thing. Okay, they knew a lot of this area. They knew Africa. They knew kind of China and stuff, but didn't know how to split up. Even Americas. Look how Americas is a lot different than it is today. They didn't know exactly what it looked like. Okay, they thought it touched. Okay, they thought Alaska and Russia touched. Okay, obviously they don't. There's water in between. They did. You're saying the continental drift? They did. Okay, they could have at one point, yes. Okay, but at that time they did not. Okay, the flood had happened there, and it probably didn't at that time. Okay, there's a body of water. Okay, but during that time they thought everything touched. Leave it alone. Stop messing around. I said you could sit there if you're not messing around. Come on, birthday boy. Jose, stop messing around. What? We will. Okay, one of the first people we're going to talk about, the first explorer we're going to talk about. Sorry, when I transfer them from Pages to PowerPoint, it changes the font as well, so it doesn't look the same. Okay, but we have Leif Erikson. He was a Viking explorer who sailed to America around 1000 AD. Good to see Micah, Emily, and Jezreel. Make sure everyone else throws their name in the chat so I know you are somewhat present. Okay, Viking activity remained unknown to most Europeans and have no lasting consequences. What? It should be had. Past. Nothing. Just it's nothing. You guys probably aren't even listening, so don't worry about it. No, it should have said had, meaning past tense. Aaron, we know you're not listening. All right, the next person we're going to talk about is Christopher Columbus. Okay, again, we're not talking about each individual in depth, but we are going to mention it. Okay, you're going to see some more in your homework. You need to go back. You weren't looking. Okay, Leif Erikson. Okay, the Vikings were travelers. They were known as voyagers. Okay, they didn't really like to settle. They would go, they would raid, they would take, they would go home. Then they would build up ships. They would build up food, storage. Then they would go raid, and they would go home. Okay, that's what they did. They were voyagers. They were the first people that were really explorers and travelers during this time era. Okay, Christopher Columbus, we know him also, an Italian explorer sailing on behalf of Spain. He came to the New World in 1492. You want to know that date. So whether you want to underline it, highlight it, circle it, whatever. 1492, Christopher Columbus came to the New World.
1492, Christopher sailed the ocean.
What are you talking about? You're trying to think of the saying they have? Yeah, but you messed up. In 1492, he sailed the ocean blue. Like Brianna said. You said Christopher Columbus sailed the ocean blue. That's not how it goes there, buddy. Yeah, you don't say that. I don't want to hear sorry. Just be quiet. I don't want to hear sorry. No, it's so nothing. Just be quiet. It's not hard. You're as bad as Adrian today. That's not a compliment. Okay, this age of exploration began as an outgrowth of the Crusades. Okay, before this, we had the Crusades in England during these kings and these reigns, people conquering, people ruling. Okay, we have religion being a factor and the church trying to grow power. Okay, this is a new time, a new era. People weren't really traveling or moving or trading for power, okay, but more for wealth, which is a different source of power, I guess you could say. Okay, but wealth, for finding new things, for things maybe they didn't have, for the growing of their country. Like in 9th and 10th grade, we're talking about really about this age of exploration, but like 500 years later, okay, we're talking about when England, okay, dealing with India and everything in there. Okay, the Crusades revived European interest in trade with the East. Okay, so who led most of the Crusades for England? King Richard, the Lionhearted. Okay, King Richard, he did those Crusades, and because of those Crusades, warriors would go home and like, oh yeah, we saw this, and that really sparked this new age of exploration that we're going to be talking about. Okay, they're like, oh wow, that's there? Is that real? Okay, and they thought they were stories, but people would want to go find out the truth. They would travel to these areas for trade, for different things, for stories, okay, and different stuff. It's a long chapter, dude. Okay, this another area that the Europeans and people would go to would be called the Orient. The Orient. Okay, this was a European name for Asia, or Orient meaning the East, the Far East. The Far East. We're probably going to have a video to watch tomorrow. Probably won't watch it today, but there will be a video for tomorrow. No, this one is still on there. Yes, ma'am. Jose, do it again. It's not going to be pretty. You're both going to be picking up the mess there. Shh. Jose, Joey, quiet. You're both going to be cleaning up the mess after class. Yes, ma'am, Emma. You guys are trouble, man. Because you're part of it. You're right. And he's going to be in more trouble. You good, Jose? Yes, you are. Okay, this next person that came up, and he's actually really known for the starting of this traveling, okay, with ships. I'm not going back. You can get it from someone else later. Okay, we have Prince Henry the Navigator. Okay, this was the third son of King John I of Portugal. Okay, Prince Henry did this. He's actually very known. He's called Prince Henry the Navigator. Why? Why do you think he's called that? Okay, he made a lot of maps, and he started schools for it, and he developed new ships to sail further and faster. Okay, he set up a navigational school. He developed the caravel that we're going to talk about here in a second. It was a narrow ship with the triangular sails. Okay, he made use of all available navigational instruments. Okay, he learned how to use the compass and all these different things more accurately. Okay, he sent out ships to discover new routes and lands. Again, he made a lot of maps as well. In his schools for navigation, he taught these things. How to ride the currents and these different things in the oceans. Okay, this were all discovered. Obviously, they would have been discovered before, but they were discovered and taught by Prince Henry the Navigator at this time in history. Well, the notes aren't mine. Remember, I borrow them. It's not the same. If you knew the definition of, would you like a blank sheet of paper and write all word for word?
No.
Exactly.
No, I'm just saying. I'm just asking.
No, I know that's my answer. They're not my notes, so. Previous history teachers. Okay. Jose.
You won't leave me alone.
Joey.
It takes two to take.
Go back to your spot. I'm going to fix the problem of Jose and you. Go to your spot now. You got 3 seconds.
1, 2, 2.5.
Since Jose just can't handle your charm right there, I'm going to have to move you. You're the one that keeps on doing stuff to him. All right, again, that caravel, that type of ship that he made, okay, it was a new kind of ship that was able to sail against the wind because of its triangular sail. Okay, at this time, a lot of times you guys probably have seen it, pictures of sails that are wide. Okay, they catch the wind and sail with the wind. Okay, this Prince Henry, okay, he made these ships with these narrow, as you can see, kind of shaped this way. Okay, so the wind wouldn't just catch them. So if you're going against the wind, wouldn't catch them and carry you back. Okay, you could go against the wind. It was like a sharp. Okay, when you're thinner and when you're going against the wind, you want something sharp. Okay, going against the wind, it works. If you have something very wide, like a parachute or something, it catches the wind. Okay, have you guys ever tried to run Probably not. But have you guys ever tried to run with those parachute things on your guys' back? Okay, I'm probably going to have one of those for our school next year. I'm going to buy one. Okay, it's good training. Okay, it's called wind running. You run, and there's like a little parachute. It comes out, and the faster you go, the more the parachute goes out, and it's resistance. Okay, it makes it a lot harder to run. Okay, that's what ships had at that time. Okay, so that's kind of how they would sail. They would have to use the currents of the wind. Okay, so say the wind was going against them, it's like, all right, we can't really sail very far. They'll just kind of stay stagnant, maybe move a little bit, okay, with the water, okay, or they'd have to go out of their route and then go back around with the wind. That's what they used to have to do. But because of Prince Henry, he made these caravels. Okay, he also made an astrolabe. Okay, this is not a lab of study of astros and stars. Okay, but it's a device for determining navigational locations. Okay, it's basically like a more techie compass. There you go. Okay, he would do this by measuring the angles of celestial bodies above the horizon. That's why it's called astro. Again, talking about like stars, the heavens. Okay, he would use this type of compass to measure it by the study of celestial bodies or stars. Give everyone time to do this. Cody, please put your mask on and be quiet. Okay, sorry for the typo. There's always typos, so you should just expect them by now. Okay, islands off the coast of Africa as well. Okay, so you have Europe. Okay, we all know where Europe is for the most part. Say Europe's right here. Okay, you sail right down here, down the Atlantic Ocean. Then you have Africa. Okay, that's usually the way they would go. They'd have to go all the way around Africa, around the Cape of Good Hope, all the way to India and China, and all these different areas if they wanted to go there and trade. Ladies, are you okay back there?
I love that typo though.
Off the coast. Off the coast. It's Canadian, right, Chase?
Off the coast.
I'm just kidding. You probably don't even know. Okay, but these places were off the coast of Africa, islands that Henry the Navigator found, okay, and he sent ships to trade with. There's probably fruit that they didn't have in England or different areas in Europe. Okay, Azores, Madeiras, and Canaries, the Canary Islands. Okay, sorry, I don't have great Spanish, so I can't roll my R's. Can't roll R's. It's just like, it's like, blah, blah, blah. That's all. That's all my rolling R's are. All right, everyone good with this one? Know those islands. Okay, we just have one or two more, then we're done for today. And then we'll have some good news. In 1445, one of Henry's ships reached Cape Verde, okay, which was on the westernmost point of the African continent. Okay, imagine Africa right here. Okay, you have the bottom of Africa. Okay, this is where it was, on the western part, so towards Madagascar. In 1445, one of Henry's ships reached Cape Verde, the western point of African continent. So you guys know where Madagascar is? Have you guys seen a map? Sorry, I should have actually added one. That's my fault. Okay, you have Madagascar in the southern western part of Africa. Shh, ladies. Okay, there's none in this one. So be quiet. Just be quiet. How many typos are in a page that you write? A lot. Okay, so we have Madagascar. You can't really see me. Imagine Madagascar being on the bottom right. Okay, you sail just a little bit more north. You have like a little horn of Africa. You guys know that? That is Cape Verde. Okay, the westernmost point. No, it's called another term, yes. Okay, but it was Cape Verde. Okay, moving on. This is the last person we're talking about today. No, it is not. Okay, this is Marco Polo. As we've all heard the game, Marco. Okay, this is the most important European traveler that went to the Far East. Most important being basically saying the most known. He went to the Far East. He accompanied his father and uncle to China, where he was hired by Kublai Khan to explore the country and report to the king. Okay, we've mentioned him before. Okay, when we talked about the Mongols. Okay, he became the first European to travel the whole length of Asia, as Asia is very large. Okay, but he traveled it. He's known as the most important traveler to the Far East. Okay, a lot of maps at those early times during this time, a lot of things that sparked people like Prince Henry the Navigator of traveling and sailing over there were people like Marco Polo. Okay, he talked about it, he wrote about it, he made maps as much as he could about it, and people wanted to go here and learn and see more. Okay, but that's going to be the end of the notes for today, just a little introduction. Okay, it is a long chapter, so you don't want to bear with it. There's also, again, a lot of names and dates, so now you guys know. Okay, you want to write them down or highlight them or circle them. Okay, for tonight, there is no homework. Okay, happy birthday, Joey. Okay, we're going to all sing to Joey real quick, and then we will be done for class. You'll stay in here for a couple more minutes, then you may be dismissed. All right, we're going to have Aaron. You're going to start us off and lead us off with it. And then everyone, I say everyone will join in, whether you want to sing or not. I'll sing. Jose's going to sing. Everyone will sing. All right, Aaron, lead us. 1, 2, 3. No, Aaron, lead us on 3. 1, 2, 3. Birthday to Joey. Happy birthday to Joey. Happy birthday, dear Joey. Chili, happy birthday to you. And your little favorite TikTok thing or whatever. All right, discipliners, that's it for today. There's no homework. We will see you tomorrow.